on both sides. Okay, so those are the next votes up. And now, Mr. Haas, you have the floor.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, it was my privilege to serve on the committee and heard hours of testimony. And overwhelmingly, we had a ton of grassroots support for adding this language. And this is actually not just the 2020 language, but this is the language we had in 2016, 2018, and now we're asking for it again in 2020. Over the last 4 years, the Supreme Court and even our own Fifth Circuit Court have continued to strike down pro-life laws and further reinforce anti-life precedents denying the right to life to preborn children. Is this the time to just give up? Should we just surrender? Absolutely not. We shouldn't go backwards. This is not the time to weaken our language. This is the time to strengthen it. Please keep this language in our legislative priority to assert our constitutional right as a sovereign state to outlaw abortion and to protect the lives of 55,000 preborn children in the state of Texas each year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Up is Diana Greenwood.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. It's Diana Greenwood, SD10, and I speak against this motion. Much of what some of the other folks have said, but also because we need to go through the legislative and the judicial process as well. We have to remember that there is a supremacy clause in the Constitution, and if we can change something legislatively, we can't just ignore whatever laws we want to or refuse to enforce those federal actions. We have to do this the right way. We don't want to take up the actions of the far left groups do whatever they want. So I would support this motion because to me it appears to be very unconstitutional with a violation of the supremacy clause. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And next up is Bradley Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bradley Pierce, SD5. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I think everybody here agrees that we want the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade. But why do we want them to overturn Roe? Well, it's because it's unconstitutional. Well, if we already believe that it is unconstitutional, then we as a state are not bound to follow Roe versus Wade because the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, not the twisting of it by the Supreme Court in Roe versus Wade. Just like the Supreme Court did in Dred Scott, they were wrong there, they're wrong here. The Supremacy Clause says this Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, shall be the supreme law of the land. Because Roe was not made in pursuance of the Constitution, it is not the supreme law of the land, and the states are not bound to follow it. We need to end 47 years of bowing down to an unconstitutional decision, and we need to stand up and assert our rights under the 10th Amendment to abolish abortion in Texas. Please support this amendment to keep this language in our legislative priority to assert our constitutional right as a sovereign state to outlaw abortion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
Mr. Diott, you are up.
Thank you very much, Chairman Dickey. My name is Rich Diott from SD9, and I served on the Legislative Priorities Committee. And this is difficult because probably almost everybody in this virtual room agrees that we need to end abortion. But the strategy that we use to do that is very critical. Slavery ended in America by a war, but it ended incrementally in England. And that is a precedent that we are trying to follow because it works. So taking the whole bite at one time is, I think it's impossible. So in the discussions that our committee had, it became clear that if you made everything illegal tomorrow, you do something that most people think needs to happen more gradually, at least in criminalizing the woman. If we had the abortion rate that Ann Richards had in 1992, today we'd have 140,000 abortions in Texas this year. But we're going to have 54,000 abortions, and the big question is, how do we end those? But we have saved, using incremental steps, 86,000 lives every year in Texas by an incremental approach. Ignoring the Supreme Court is not a winning strategy. We want an all-of-the-above strategy, and I'm afraid that if we adopt this language, that we will begin to end advancing in legislation. So I don't believe that incremental approach on this has been weak at all. I think it's done as much as we can. And I think this amendment would serve to end our progress, just like the incremental steps to end slavery in the 1800s, early 1800s, stopped because of extreme abolitionism, prevented it, and we ended up ending in a war to end slavery. So I ask you to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a reminder, debate is debate is 3 for and 3 against.
Sorry, I'm hearing that the audio is pretty scratchy. Four and 3 against. I had originally called a 4th in favor, so we explained that to him and pulled him off. Also, debate is limited to 2 minutes per. Thank you all for keeping to that limitation, so I don't have to remind you of that. Okay, so that brings us to Mr. Briscoe. Oh, wait, sorry. My apologies. That ends debate. We are now taking the vote on the amendment. Let's go ahead and use Meeting Pulse to vote on this amendment. Go ahead and go to your Meeting Pulse link and enter your new, much longer code. And you will see the vote for the amendment. Add to the end of the abolition of abortion plank, quote, and ignore and refuse to enforce federal actions which would deny these rights. I see that over 1,000 people have taken the poll. I see voting still increasing. I'll give you a moment to make sure you're in. Okay, the voting seems to have leveled out. Let's see the results. 3, 2, 1. And can you broadcast the results so we can see it, or just you can share? Oh, yeah. If you do that, you'll have to unshare your, yeah. And the vote count is? 36% in favor, 64% against. The amendment fails. Okay. So now we continue debate, and Mr. Briscoe, you are up next.
Am I on now, sir?
Yes, you are.
I respectfully move to suspend all necessary rules to take up a motion for which I made a timely request prior to consideration of the committee report. And that motion is to adjourn until such time as this mess of software can be properly resolved. There is nothing left to be done which is time sensitive. We have already taken care of the matter of presidential electors and delegates to the national convention. And I think that everything else can be taken care of in good order when the vendor can finally get their act together.
Mr. Briscoe, thank you for your comments. There actually is one piece of information,
That's a motion.
one piece of business that we have not yet done, and that is the adoption of the National Nominations Committee report. So your motion actually would not be correct or in order until we do that. Thanks, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Unmute.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm from SD 29. As a point of order, am I allowed to include or I have to amend one of the resolutions? Can I include a new one or do I have to?
Yeah. You are welcome to debate in favor or against any item in the report. You are also allowed to amend any item in the report.
All right, then I'm just going to have to amend the election grid and replace the title with traditional marriage and have the line, our laws and government's regulations should recognize marriage as a union of one man and one woman. We do not accept the Supreme Court's redefinition of marriage, and we urge its reversal.
All right, if you will give us a moment while the secretary makes the recommended substitution. Yes, actually, sir, if you would please enter your entire motion as desired into chat, that will help us.
Okay, let me type it out. Okay,
Thank
chat.
you. That'll help make sure that we get it right.
Sure. Our laws
Yes.
and
Okay. We need
it's
a
not so
second,
easy to type.
So yeah, we need a second, so someone could type a second into the chat. We have it. Okay, we have a second. Thank you. Don't need any more. Okay. So as soon as we have the chat, now we've got a lot of folks. Please do not enter anything else in the chat while we wait. Yeah, up on the sharing control.
Please be patient. It takes a while to type. I was hoping I could speak through my microphone, but that won't work.
Folks, we have just received another 100 items in chat. I ask please that you not put an item into chat unless you have a point of order or point of information. Yes, Mr. Peel, you are your 20 lines are interesting.
I'm almost there.
Yes, while we are getting that motion, and the secretary gets that up, this is a good time to remind people that it would be ideal for you to make sure that your Meeting Pulse ID is already in Meeting Pulse, and that you have already found and clicked on the link in Meeting Pulse so that you're ready to conduct a vote. We did see that we had thousands who already were.
To redefine marriage. Okay, I'm almost there. Last 3 words. Okay, it's hard to type with my little fingers. Can you hear me? So there is some. Okay, so there was a little with my fingers. I think there were some spelling errors, but it's close enough. You'll see it. If they can just correct my missed texting.
So
I'll say it to see if we got it right. Here we go again. Traditional marriage is the headline. Our laws and our government's regulations should recognize marriage as the union of one man and one woman, period. We do not accept the Supreme Court's redefinition of marriage, and we urge its reversal.
Our government regulations should recognize marriage as a union of one man and one woman. Period.
Urging, of course, reversal is not a legislative action, and so not appropriate in the legislative priorities. This amendment is not a legislative proposal. That's what somebody.
Sorry. Mr. Brown, I'm going to rule that proposed amendment is out of order because it is required that any amendments to these items address a specific change, addition, or deletion from law.
Oh,
That's supplemental rule 9B. Okay. Next would be Kristen Crow, C-R-O-W. Kristen Crow.
Yep. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, that was by mistake.
That's all right.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, that was by mistake.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. Stephen McComb.
Hello, thank you, and thank you for the excellent work the committee has done. I'm just speaking to urge people to vote for the no jail for minor infractions option. I think this is a very important thing for our party to strongly support right now. It's maybe not something that all of us have experienced, but it is an injustice. Something our party should stand against injustice, and I think it's very important for us in building coalitions of conservative people to keep Texas red for the indefinite future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Donovan, John Donovan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at number 9 and number 10, and I'm SD 8, John Donovan. Looking at number 9 and number 10, my general comment is I'm afraid they could be perceived as being directly contradictory, because we're saying parents have all rights, then we turn around and say, except they can't do these things. So I think we need to be more specific in the language to number 10. And so this is my specific recommendation, which would just be to change the introductory wording of that first sentence. So we would strike out, abolish the following practices for minors. And instead,
Okay, if you could specify items 9 and 10 are.
This is number 10. I'm sorry. This is on number 10, children and gender. So if we abolish after the colon where it says abolish the following practices for minors, if we could strike that.
Strike which?
Okay, I guess it's changed since what was online. I just pulled up what was online, so I apologize. Okay, so strike that. It's a little bit different. I'm sorry. Yeah, strike that. And instead, have the language be prohibit the following medical procedures or practices from being performed on or provided to anyone under the age of 18.
Again, if you have an amendment, please have it typed and in chat.
Well, can I ask a question then? Because right now my screen is dominated by what y'all have put up. I can't type in anything because it's just you're just a tiny box up in the corner. So maybe I don't know how to undo that.
Yeah, at the bottom of your Zoom window, there should be a chat option.
Yes. So if I re-click that, it'll reopen it.
It'll open a separate window.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry. Hopefully that was educational for everybody.
In there, then that'll be a lot faster and easier for the body.
Okay. You want me to type it real quick? Then I'll do it.
Yes, please.
Okay. It's typed. Except that should be a colon after 18. Sorry about that. Instead of a period.
Okay, so if that is correct, yes, we are getting a lot of feedback that my audio is distorted. We believe that's due to internet limits here at the headquarters. Apologize for that.
This is John Donovan. I have finished putting that in the chat.
Okay, let's go find that. Okay, I've got a point of order, or sorry, I've got an interrupting motion, which is an objection to the question. It's non-debatable, and it requires 2/3 vote. Objection to the question ends discussion on the item and disposes of it. So we will now put objection to the question into meeting polls. If you are in favor of objecting to the question, oh, sorry. Oh, it's that in a moment.
Can we get the language put up on the screen so that people can see what is being proposed that's now being apparently tried to stop? I'm not sure I think that it would be only fair to do that.
Absolutely. Let's get the rest of that. So it is, and sorry, we've had a lot of other people add into chat, so what you have typed in is not obviously apparent. So
okay. Mine was underneath someone named Stephen McCowan said second was the last thing above what I typed in.
Yeah, that's the last thing you saw.
Oh.
I've received 12 new messages in the last 20 seconds. So actually, if you could just repeat it, please, just out of your chat, if you could repeat it.
You want me to just read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Prohibit.
Oh, there you go. I see it.
Prohibit
medical procedures or practices from being performed or provided performed on or provided to anyone under the age of 18. The age of 18. Okay, so that amendment is the motion on the floor. And so now, get ready to go to meeting polls. And you're voting on the objection to the question. And for clarity, 4 is that you do mean to debate this item, take this item up. Against means you do not wish to take up this item. And of course, you have the freedom to abstain. Okay, and I will be closing voting in 3, 2, 1. We'll go ahead and close voting. If staff would close the voting, please. Okay, great. I'm seeing a delay in count results. There we go. Okay. And the vote is against. The vote is against, but it is 61% against, and it would require 2/3. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We will now take debate for and against the amendment on the floor. So if you would, hang on, let me get down to the beginning. So I've got all the against. Any for? Any for the amendment? Please don't put anything in the chat unless you want to speak in favor of. Okay, stop. We've got 3 for and 3 against. Okay, to speak against. We have Lisa Wynn. We have Kyle Crone and Lori Curto. To speak for, we have the mover of the motion, then Gerald Smith, then Elise Eaton, okay, so that brings us to the first against. No, sorry. That brings us to the mover of the motion.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So first, can we just, it's still not right on the screen. It's supposed to read prohibit the following medical procedures or practices from being performed or performed on or provided to. So we're missing the word on after the word performed. Yeah. Being performed on or provided to anyone under the age of 18, and then you need a colon after 18. Okay.
Is that now correct?
Yes, that should be correct now.
Okay.
Now I have a chance to speak.
It's been moved and seconded, and you now have the floor to speak in favor, up to 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm in favor of this being a priority. I just was concerned because, again, if you look at number 9 right above it, we say we shall not infringe in any way on the rights of parents. and we specifically say with regard to any medical procedures. And then we turn around and the current language is saying abolishing the factors procedure for minors. I think in and of itself seems to contradict that, because obviously a minor would have to be a decision being made by the parent. So I think it's cleaner and will be more effective if we basically are outlawing the procedure for those under 18. It gets the exact same goal accomplished. It just does it in a more clean way that does not make us look like we're talking out of two sides of our mouth, where we're saying in number 9, parental rights, or I say number 9, I'm sorry, I might have them out of order. Parental rights, we say that, you know, we want everybody, the parents to have full parental rights, and we turn around and say, except in this medical situation. So that's my primary point of changing the language. Thank you.
Against. The first against would be Lisa Nguyen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with the speaker wholeheartedly. I see the conflict between the two also, but changing the verbiage in this particular power is not going to solve the problem, because you're still saying parents have rights to do everything, but we're going to be prohibiting this in a different situation. Instead, what we need to do is change the other power to include this list, and we could leave it here also, but this list needs to go over into the other power as well. So I say don't change this, because it is very strongly written, but we do need to update the other one.
The next in favor. That's an interesting sound effect.
Who's the next in favor?
I don't know who's got the doorbell. Hmm? Yeah, Gerald Smith is next.
There we go.
Whose phone is, who's? There we go. Okay. Gerald Smith is up next. Mr. Smith? Oh, sorry. What? Mr. Smith? There we go. Mr. Smith, if you could unmute. There you go. Mr. Smith. Okay, Mr. Smith was in favor. We'll take the next against, which would be Dr. Crown.
Kyle Crone, Angelina County SD3. The amendment just basically says the same thing as the initial statement with using a lot more words. It doesn't significantly or fundamentally change the item whatsoever. And I do not understand the need to change this other than the fact that we need to try to get along and get finished tonight, and we're dragging out our activity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to Gerald Smith again. We'll try one more time. Okay. That brings us to Elise Eaton.
Okay, Elise Eaton, SD4.
Thank you.
My concern is that if the later item says that that the legislature shall not infringe on the rights of parents with anything, but not limited to education and any medical treatments, then that would mean that they could allow these kind of treatments on their child. And I don't know, we either need to change one or the other, because we can't say that they can't perform these medical treatments when we're saying later on that they can perform any medical treatments. I don't know the conflict there, but somehow those don't go together. Perhaps later we need to change the parental rights to say any legal medical treatments or legally allowed medical treatments if we're going to make these illegal medical treatments.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Donovan. Okay, that ends debate on the item. We will now take the votes on the amendment. Strike the first 6 words of children and gender modification priority, and prohibit the following medical procedures or practices, and so on, as shown on your screen. Please vote. Voting will close in 3, 2, 1. Voting is closed. Thank you. And the result is the amendment passes. Oh, sorry, 59 to 40. It did pass, so the amendment stands. Now, next up with an amendment and or debate is Ms. Landivar. Ms. Landivar, you have the floor.
Lauren Landivar, SD9. I would like to look at the I'm sorry, the no jail for minor infractions. So for the title, I'd like to see that be Sandra Bland Act. And then instead of prohibit jail, I'd like to see prohibit arrest instead of jail. So I'd like to move to change the title to Sandra Bland Act and to change the word in the description from jail to arrest. And if I get a second, I'll speak to my motion.
Okay, and we're looking for a second in chat. And we have a second. Thank you. No more seconds needed. Okay, so ma'am, you have a motion and a second. If you'll hold on just a second, and we'll let up to 3 people say that, well, 2 people say that they would like to say in favor, and 3 people say that they would like to speak against. Okay, we have both. Stop. Let me go back up and see who is which. Okay. So first we'll have Ms. Landivar speak, and then we'll do Gabriel Allen. And then Stephen McComb. And then Dallas Kennedy.
Hi, my name's Dallas Kennedy, SD 31.
Sorry, just one moment, sir. Ms. Landivar, you may speak in favor.
Okay, honestly, the title doesn't really matter as much to me as the description. Oh, if you guys could change that to the.
So change the title to Sandra Bland.
Yeah, Sandra Bland Act specifically. SANDRA, and then the last name is BLAND, and then ACT.
Okay. How can you tell? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, is it okay if I go ahead then?
Yes, please.
Okay, Lauren Landivar, SD9. I don't really care as much about the title. My main issue is that where it says prohibit jail for non-jailable offenses. They're non-jailable offenses. You're not supposed to go to jail for them, but you are not going to beat the ride if a cop gets mad at you. So kind of the idea behind this is that, for instance, I have a friend who got arrested because she had not changed her address on her driver's license. Someone was looking for a reason to arrest her, specifically because she wouldn't let the police question her minor child without her being present. And she went to jail because they found this for her driver's license not having the correct address. You have to change it within 30 days, just so in case anybody doesn't know that. But anyway, so this is something that we don't want the arrest to happen in the first place. Jail is not supposed to even be on the table. You're not supposed to have to take the ride in the cop car. So that the reason why I have Sandra Bland Act is because this was someone who had this happen to her, and then she died in jail for something that, like, it was a routine traffic stop, I believe it was. And so I had just wanted to have it be back what the temporary committee had it as, and have that same name on there.
I'll have you point of information.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. Anyway, I think that's about it. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And next up will be, and before we continue on this debate, it is 6:50 p.m. The original agenda did show us going to Senate district caucuses starting at 6 p.m. That is not in order. We will adjourn to those Senate district caucuses when this body has decided to break. So please let anybody else you know, certainly anyone that you are talking to or in communication with who indicates otherwise, let them know that that is not the case. Mr. Allen, Gabriel Allen.
Yes,
Mr. Allen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Gabriel Allen, SD 11. I'm opposed to the motion simply because prohibit jail answers the intent of this particular priority. Secondly, arrest. Let me also say that the vast majority of police officers are not looking just to arrest somebody for many reasons, but just simply put, it is extra work, it's extra time, pulls them off the streets. But arrest is a tool that police officers very often use to either take someone that could be dangerous, or if there's a person with that particular person that's being arrested, they can also remove someone else from what could be a dangerous situation. So arrest very often is a tool to help innocent folks who might be in that situation. Also, this could run afoul of someone who may not have committed a jailable offense, but also could have a warrant. So jail most definitely meets the intent of this particular legislative priority, but arrest is a tool that police officers very often use to protect people who are in a particular dangerous situation, not necessarily the person that they're arresting. It's a tool that police officers have, and I would be concerned if we took it away from them. So I rise to speak against this amendment.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to Dallas Kennedy.
I, Dallas Kennedy, SD 30. Fit the way it is. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bjorgard. BJOR. Mr. Bjorgard. We seem to have lost Mr. Bjorgard.
No, sir, I'm here.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm rising in favor of the motion. That was my intent.
Yes.
Okay. Joseph Bjorgard, SD 18, Gonzales County. I rise in favor of this motion. I disagree with the dissent, and I believe that this is important to protect people who are innocent. That is our policy, is innocent until proven guilty. So I rise in favor of this to make sure that this particular item is not abused by police officers. It should not be a tool to punish someone. It should be used for punishable offenses, meaning if they actually break the law on a felony or a strong misdemeanor. I yield my time.
Thank you. And next up is Jay Curtis.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me
Yes.
okay? Okay.
Yes.
Basically, what I wanted to say has already been stated. It needs to stay the way it is and no change in the language. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir. Well, we did have Dallas Kennedy who yielded the microphone. So, Mr. Tommy Thomas, you'd be last.
Oh.
Okay. Mr. Thomas.
Yes, sir. I thought I was unmuted, but I was moving that the whole thing be struck because we know that she was arrested for disobeying an officer and things like that, not because she was speeding. Officers don't arrest people for non-jailable offenses unless there's something going on, a mental situation, something like that. So I rest.
Thanks, sir. Then that brings us, actually, the chairman of the committee has asked for privilege to address the question.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm sorry to interrupt here, but this is a fairly good example. The committee has already considered both of these edits in considerable detail for some of the reasons mentioned by some of the people that that debated for and against. The other thing that we found was that outside of the activist community, most people don't recognize the name Sandra Bland anymore. And the overriding principle was to prohibit jail arrest for non-jailable offenses. So this has already been considered in great detail. I would add one other thing that might speed our business a little bit going forward, and that is that our job as our committee and you as delegates to pick the top 8 is not to write legislation. We were trying to give guidance to our legislators on what needs to be done, but not on specifics of how to accomplish that. And all these details are better left to the legislature.
Sir. Okay. So now we will take the vote on this amendment.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I believe I was announced to speak. Could I get my microphone removed in that case if I was not? Sorry.
Sorry. Yes, sir. Staff, if you could remove the talking per minute. And we are going to go to vote on the amendment. So we are substituting Sandra Bland Act for the title No Jail for Minor Infractions. We are substituting Sandra Bland Act for no jail for minor infractions, and we are replacing the word jail with the word arrest. The motion is up. Voting has begun. And voting will close in 3, 2, 1. Voting is closed. The motion fails. Okay, so now the next up is Paul Gescheitel. So my apologies. Let me get some.
Yes, sir.
There you go, Mr. Gescheitel.
Yes, sir. So I had I guess a motion to edit or make an amendment to item 14, which is monument protection.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. The point that I have is that Plank 296 in the last legislative, or sorry, not in our last legislative session, our last Republican convention was actually voted on by
Sorry, what is your motion again, sir?
Motion is to edit item 14 to include the Alamo cenotaph.
Edit item 14 to include the Alamo cenotaph.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. So first line, I announced the results of the Senate.
So you might need to help me with the verbiage
Okay,
on that.
where, sir, did you want to add the Alamo cenotaph?
Well, the issue is where to attach it in.
Yeah, so literally, you're the one making the motion. Where should we
Yes.
put Alamo cenotaph? Where should we put that?
It should include the Alamo cenotaph. It should address that issue. Plank 296 was approved.
So,
Plank 302 is our current plank for the Alamo, but this was already approved at the last convention.
Right, sir. You have the floor. You can make an amendment, but you have to be specific about where your amendment is.
Wow.
So
But
if
including
you want to add words or remove words or change
including
words.
the cenotaph, which has already been approved to relocate by the GLO.
Yeah, sir, again, that's not an amendment. You have the floor for an amendment. You
Then
need to
add
tell us
other-
exactly what
okay.
words to add, change, or remove and where to do so.
Otherwise dishonored. So I would like to look from being removed, destroyed, defaced, otherwise dishonored needs to include, add after that, in particular, the Alamo cenotaph shall not be relocated from its present site.
So
Sorry,
you'd like to add the words at the end, in particular, the Alamo cenotaph.
Which has already been approved to relocate by the GLO.
So is that part of the amendment you'd like to put in there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in particular, the Alamo cenotaph, which has already been approved to be moved by the, sorry, again, what, would you repeat that? Or actually better yet,
Sorry.
would you type
Let
it
me
in the
back
chat
up.
so
Let
I
me
can see it?
clarify. I apologize. Okay, from the top. Specific protection shall be given to the Alamo cenotaph, which shall not be relocated from its present site off the Alamo battlefield footprint. Is that clearer? Is that easier?
You can now reduce that to.
Yeah, if you could please type that
Okay.
into chat.
Okay.
Type into chat exactly how you'd like it to read. Therefore, I can make sure that comes across.
Yes. Give me one moment. Just
Okay, I see a point of order that it violates the one single item rule. So if Mr. Smith, who presented that point of order about single item rule, if you
There
could
it is,
cite
sir.
the
I apologize.
specific rule you're addressing. Thank you.
Put it in the chat.
Your point of order is not well taken. Okay, Mr. Gishadle has put that in chat. Specific protection shall be given. Yeah, no, I'm reading it.
Okay.
Specific protection shall be given to the Alamo cenotaph, which shall not be relocated from its present site off the Alamo battlefield footprint.
Yes, sir.
Off the Alamo battlefield footprint. Is there a second? If you'll enter a second in chat, if there is a second.
There's no second.
There is. Stop. Thank you. We've got a second. Okay. Yeah, I don't think, let's see, I think the, okay. We've got a couple references indicating that the apostrophe is not necessary. Okay. So now we will take debate on this item. We are looking for 3 for, and 3 against.
There's an objection, sir.
Okay, stop. I've got enough for and against, and there has been an objection raised. Okay, Mr. Hernandez, you say you've got an objection to the consideration of the motion? Okay, there's been a motion for objection to the consideration of the question. So you will now vote on whether or not to debate or vote on this item. Go to Meeting Pulse and vote on whether to debate or vote on that item or not. And voting will close in 3, 2, 1. Voting's closed.
The motion fails.
The motion fails. Meaning we continue debate. Yeah. So therefore, we will continue debate on this item. We are now looking for those in favor and against. I already have those names. Let me go ahead and pull that. Okay. First of all, the mover can speak in favor, sir.
Yes, sir. To speak in favor of this amendment.
Okay.
So to speak in favor of this was already addressed at the previous convention, like I had said earlier. 2 years ago, the entire Republican delegation voted for Plank 296, and it was approved. Since that time, considerable movements have been made, advances with the Alamo plan, in particular the movement of the Alamo Cenotaph by the GLO and by the Republican leadership. So it stands to reason that this amendment should be added in, judging by the fact that we have had to re-add it within Plank 302 currently. So we're spinning our wheels, we're repeating ourselves. And Proposition 7 was approved with 97% of the vote from Republican voters during the past primary.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
That brings us to sorry, a lot of people entered a lot of things that had nothing to do with for or against. So hang on. I've got enough, but there was a lot of stuff in between. Okay. Israel Salinas. Israel Salinas, you have the floor. Go ahead. And then, yeah. Okay. Mr. Salinas, we'll have you available here in a moment.
Chair, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and esteemed delegates. This is Salinas, SD21. This amendment for one reason, and it's a reason of redundancy. It's itself, it already speaks to the case of all monuments and marks protected by law from being removed. We understand that this means every single monument, no matter where it is located or what it stands for. And there is no specific protection that can be given outside of protected by the law that a legislative body would be able.
Thank you. That brings us to Cindy Gaskill.
Hello, Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Thank you so much. Yes, would like to speak on behalf of this addition to the monument protection. In the last legislative session, the specific protection was added regarding the cenotaph, and that particular bill unfortunately did not make it through. And I think if we added, if this were a priority for the legislature, specific protection should be given to the Alamo cenotaph. Right now, it's pending to be relocated by the General Land Office as part of the Alamo Reimagine Plan. It needs to remain on the Alamo battlefield footprint. That's where the heroes died. And the artist Pompeo Copini was very specific about placement of the cenotaph on the battlefield. He wrote, "I had the location changed where it is now, in the center of the battlefield where our heroes' blood stained that sacred spot." This is a very important item for Texas. The Alamo and the cenotaph just needs extra protection, and I hope that my fellow delegates will vote for this amendment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. That brings us to Walt Smith.
Yes, Chairman Dickey, this is Walt Smith. Thank you for the recognition. I too support the not moving the cenotaph. I think that what we have to consider is that we have issues with monument preservation throughout the state of Texas. And as a member of the committee, we spent a number of hours in subcommittee taking public comment on these items. And this is just one of many that we want protection to. At the end of the day, our committee operated under what was called a one-item rule. And that one-item rule was very specific in saying that we wanted to take whatever our legislative priority was directly to the legislature. And with that one item, could achieve the goal and the what we wanted out of that legislative item. By doing this, I'm afraid it violates that, and it could very well put it in jeopardy. Again, at the end of the day, the members of this committee listened to literally thousands of delegates and put their views and took their views in mind. And I would just ask that we as a body respect that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Mr. Biederman.
mute. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The problem if we wait or we don't do something right now, it will probably be dismantled and moved before we get to the next legislative session. Just remember that the delegates and the voters of Texas, the Republican voters, have been totally ignored by our Republican leadership, especially Commissioner Bush. He knew that the Republican leadership or the Republican delegates 2 years ago at the convention voted overwhelmingly to not move the cenotaph. And yet he went straight ahead and ignored them and voted with Mayor Nierenberg in San Antonio to move the cenotaph. Right now, the only reason that cenotaph is still standing on the battlefield is because we've held off the Texas Historic Commission from giving the final permit to dismantle and relocate the cenotaph. We cannot, as Republican delegates and Republican voters, allow our Republican leadership to ignore us and to go against the priorities and the will that we have put down in writing in the platform 2 years ago. So this is so important that we put this in there to make sure that we stop the cenotaph from being moved.
Thanks, sir. That brings us to Mr. Pinedo. Thank you. Sir?
Hi, am I being heard?
You are.
The volume? Okay. Hello. I just wish to speak against this amendment only because I believe that too often Republicans put a little bit too much focus on symbols, icons, and if Republicans fought just as hard for the principles and ideas of freedom and fought for policies to protect individuals' freedom and to limit government to its proper roles, if we fought just as hard or harder for those ideas, it is my belief that these symbols of freedom and liberty in Texas and all across America would be left untouched because Republicans in Texas, stay focused on the principles and the ideas that the symbols represent. And I think we get lost in powerful symbols that we forget those things. And people make compelling speeches and they talk about the Alamo, but people, don't always consider, does this person or, these people, are they, I believe that I really do support people's defense of monuments to include the cenotaph and the Alamo. It's extremely important, but I just think we're getting lost in iconography and losing sight of the principles that are most important. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Okay, that ends debate on this amendment. We will now vote on the amendment. The poll will be opening shortly. Yes. There we go. The poll is now available. Please vote on the amendment. While people are voting, I'll remind you that chat is for a point of order, which is a violation of the rules. So for example, your preferences on debate are not a violation of the rules. So point of order, and you would specify what the violation of the rule is. Or a point of information, which is a question for the chair. Not you providing information to the chair, but a question for the chair. Yes. Voting will be closing in 3, 2, 1. Voting closed. And the motion passes. So the amendment is added. And now we did have a couple of questions about shouldn't there be a requirement that an abstain option be on every vote? Normally that is critical because it applies in deciding how to seat alternates. Since we have 4,625 people present at the moment, we have available space to seat all alternates. So the way to abstain would be just not cast a vote. And we did have over 3,500 people vote. So, okay, so let's see. And yes, for anyone who has not gotten their full access code for today with a significant length access code, the way to do that is to email convention@texasgop.org. Again, that's to email texasgop.org. So if you have a motion to make, the way to do that is to raise your hand and be recognized just as if you were at the microphone in the room. Next up, with the hand raised, and to be clear, there are currently 202 people with their hands raised. So we could go at this for a little while. Mr. Wingo, you are next up. Mr. Wingo, you are muted still. If you would please unmute yourself and address the body. Okay, we will move on to Mr. Ricker. Mr. Ricker.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move to table the discussion on the current items until we complete the business on time-sensitive items, specifically the nominations report.
That motion is in order. So your motion is to table discussion on this report. That is not debatable. I've got seconds. That is not debatable. So now we will take a vote on the move to table this until after the nominations report. Until after the National Nominations Committee report. Yep, we will begin that vote in a moment. There we go. Let's go ahead and start that vote. So the vote is to table this current report and debate on this current report until after the National Nominations Report has been completed. What screen share? Oh, yeah. If this passes, you can.
Mike is open.
Okay, and the voting will close in 3, 2, 1. The voting is closed. The motion passes. This report is tabled, and we will move to the National Nominations Committee report. So, Mrs. Duncan, Chairwoman Duncan. There we go. I see Mrs. Duncan. Mrs. Duncan, we'll promote you to panelist, and if you would, please go ahead and present your report. And feel free to email anything to the secretary@texasgop.org that you need to have displayed, and please do. And there you go. You are unmuted.
Give me just a second. Have to pull up my report.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, at the direction of the National Nominations Committee, I nominate for the position of National Committee Man a good friend of mine and a wonderful doctor, Dr. Robin Armstrong.
Thank you, ma'am. So if you'll hold for just a moment. Okay, seeing that there were not 3 or more congressional districts that elected any other candidate for National Committee Man, no other nominations are in order, and therefore, without objection, Dr. Robin Armstrong is elected our National Committee Man by acclamation. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, at the direction of the National Nominations Committee, it is my great honor and privilege to nominate for the position of National Committee Woman, Tony Ann DeShiel.
Okay. Yes. Madam, were there 3 or more SDs who voted for any other candidate?
No, sir.
Seeing that there were not, and no other nominations are in order, since no other nominations are in order, without objection, we will re-elect National Committee Woman Tony Ann DeShiel by acclamation.
Mr. Chairman, at the direction of the committee, I advise the convention that the following presidential electors have been elected from their respective congressional districts. Congressional District 1, Maria Daughtery. 2, Stephen Howell. 3, Jim Peakey. 4, Donnie Weisenbacher. 5, Jimmy Weaver. 6, Michael Sabat. 7, Nancy Scott. 8, Bill O'Sullivan. 9, Don Elliott. 10, Mark Ramsey. 11, Matthew Stringer. 12, Rena Peden. 13, Tom Roller. 14, Kathleen Nenninger. 15, Sean O'Brien. 16, Thomas Edward Reynolds. 17, James Gaines. 18, Tamron Hamlet. 19, David Bruegel. 20, Ken Mercer. 21, Richard Tax Hall. 22, Mike Gibson. 24, David Gephardt. 25, Mary Jane Avery. 26, Peyton Ing. 27, Jean Seaman. 28, Ruby Mannon. 29, Randy Orr. 30, Harry Zener, excuse me. 31, Paul Matthews. 32, Matt Patrick. 33, Carol Daly. 35, Naomi Narvez. 36, Deborah Reisinger. Mr. Chairman, I also advise the convention that 2 at-large electors nominated by the National Nominations Committee are Karen Newton and Briscoe Kane. At the direction of the National Nominations Committee, I nominate the named individuals as presidential electors.
Secretary at texasgop.org so that he can share that with the body so the body can review the list.
Yeah, we've got access to it currently.
So, ma'am, we've had a question raised about where. Just hang on a moment as we review. So this being a report of a committee, no second is necessary. You have heard the report of proposed state electors. Chairwoman Duncan, if you can please share that document.
Share right there, and it's secretary at texasgop.org. texasgop.org.
Yeah, Chairwoman Duncan, could you please confirm that you have already emailed that?
I have. I just did. I
Great.
just sent the
Thank-
share.
Thank you.
What they're doing is they're not letting see all the other people that are listed as panelists. Crappy that you don't get your.
The body will stand at ease for just a moment. So, ma'am, we don't have that email yet. If you would just read them out, I will attempt to, if you will read them out again, I
Okay,
will attempt to just record them, or we will attempt to record them.
okay. Congressional District 1, Marcia Daughtery. Congressional District 2, Stephen Howell. Congressional District 3, Jim.
Actually, yeah, sorry. We're gonna have to go a lot. Can you cut and paste them into chat? That would be awesome.
Let me try one more time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. The other option, ma'am, would be to share your screen if you are on a laptop or other computer.
I just resent them. If you would check one more time.
Okay. And if you would double check spam, we've heard a lot lately about emails going into spam.
Email them to josh@joshflynn.com.
You got it? No, not yet. Yeah, you're also welcome, ma'am, to take a photo of them if you can, or a screenshot, and text that to me or send that to me.
I tried an additional email that was just sent to me, Mr. Chairman.
Great, wonderful. If the body will stand at ease for just a moment. If Secretary would please share that screen.
It's got a email on it. Yeah, copy and paste it in the different sheet.
Actually, don't recognize anyone else this time since it's not hold on 1 second. So that's two that make it messed up. They included their at-large ones. That's pro forma. Let me make sure how it's written.
Okay, the at-large delegates are being shown.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I believe we're still on the electors.
Oh, yes, my apologies. Yeah, you unshared. That's cool. So there you have the list of electors. Okay, so we'll now take stand at ease for a moment. All right, we will now take debate on the motion. This being a report from a committee, no second is necessary. So now if you will indicate in chat that you are interested in speaking for or against the motion on the floor or making an amendment. Okay. If you'll, okay, I've got 3 for and 3 against, so we'll stop right there. So in favor, Mr. Law, you are speaking in favor of the motion? Howard Law. Mr. Law, you have the floor to speak in favor of the report of the committee. You need to unmute yourself, Mr. Law. Okay. We'll now take Mr. Torrey. Mark Torrey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate all the effort that the nominations committee put forward in presenting us with this list, and I am 100% for it as it stands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bjorgard. Mr. Bjorgard, you are speaking against?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can.
I'm rising to speak against this motion only due to the fact that there are several electors, including myself, that were not allowed in the room. I was a credentialed member, but through the fault of technology, I was assigned to the CD 27, and I belong to 34. So this report did not have all active voters voiced in this as our electoral system goes. So I don't think that this should be passed. This was a gross misconduct on behalf of the electorate to not be able to vote as they should. I yield my time.
Thanks, sir. And that brings us to Mr. Vaughn.
Unmute. Fantastic. Mr. Chairman, Jason Vaughn, CD 18, was proud to be part of this committee. We worked hard all day long, had a phenomenal chairwoman in Miss Jan Duncan. The work she did before putting this together, helping guide us through this was stupendous, and I'm very proud of this report and believe that we should move it as quickly as possible and move on with our business.
Thanks, sir. That brings us to Ms. Hedke.
Unmute. Mr. Chair, I rise. No, I actually lounge around in opposition to this report. Even though I benefit from the passage of this report and thank the committee for their work, the violations of our party rules and unprecedented disenfranchisement of a huge chunk of our delegation have been so egregious during our most critical votes yesterday for electors, delegates, and permanent committee members, and even now, as I'm speaking, that I would encourage the body to move to stop this online crap and create a convention committee to advise the chair on a new location and date of this year's state convention to continue our work. Our electors are not due to the state of Texas until August 24th.
That's not germane at this point.
Then I'll jump to the germane part. As the party of ballot security and election integrity, we need to make sure this convention is done in order.
Thank you, ma'am. That brings us to actually, that ends those who are speaking in favor or, oh, no, one more. Scott Gooding. Mr. Gooding, you are the last person to speak in favor.
I'm in favor because
Yes, sir. You muted yourself.
I'm in favor because they worked on it so hard all day and just now voted in favor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. That's all I had, sir.
Okay. Seeing no further against, debate is closed, and we will now vote on the list of electors as proposed.
Now I can pick one.
Okay, we'll be firing up the vote here in just a second. There you go. Accept the report on presidential electors, yes or no? Please vote in your meeting pulse page.
Can I vote verbally because my meeting pulse page is not working? Timothy Scott Gooding.
We have tried to do voice votes by Zoom in the past with even just 6 or 7 folks, and that was really, really untenable. But thank you, sir, for your. And we will end voting in 3, 2, and 1. Voting is closed. And the report passes. So that is the report of the electors, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. At the direction of the committee, I advise the convention of the following national delegates and alternates that have been elected from their respective congressional districts. I'm going to read these by delegate, then alternate from each district, and I will apologize to everyone beforehand for butchering your names. CD1, Janie LeBlanc, Tracy Vincent, Craig Liccardi, Denise Lee, Colton Carney, and Dennis Cable. CD2, Jeffrey Haas Jr., Elizabeth Shawn Ingersoll, Gail Jones Stannert, Daniel Ackroyd, Elizabeth Stensman, and Jason Dean Rowe. CD3, Desiree Brown, Tamara Colbert, Brian Fletcher, Rohit Joy, Connor Barron, Rex Tekenor. CD4, Robert Steinhagen, Barbara Woodruff, Laverne Kinnemer, Tyler Knight, Jerry Fisher, Sarah Furman. CD5, Bunny Pounds, Dwayne Collins, Ray Myers, Alexandra Savella Braddock, William Metzger, Rebecca Pratt. CD6, Paul Perry, Warren Norrid, Katrina Kathy Olson, Brian Bledsoe, Helen Gonzalez, David Foreman. CD7, Roman Klein, Anthony Delfino, Bruce Hotze, John Stoltz, Greg Bloom, Kay Smith. CD8, Christian Collins, Steve Toth, Dale Inman, Ann Mazzone, Aurora Ortiz, Amber Shipham. CD9, Jean Pack, J.W. Winterstein, Seema Nada, Jeremiah Mabong, Kendrick Dean, Jay Dickey. CD10, Christian Cobb, Matthew Walbeck, Melissa Rowell, Ben Rogers, Victor Sanchez, Frank Carroll. CD11, Wesley Verdell, Rhonda Lacey, Robin Hayes, Sandra Stutz, Laura Vanderhoven, Ned Lipscomb. CD12, David Barton, Vince Puente, Matthew Dina, William Smith, Mona Puente, Rachel Horton. CD13, Laura Longmiller, Stephen Garner, Kelly Giles, John Wright, Michelle Fringalo Torek, Mitchell Kipp. CD14, Donald Pollock, Gwendolyn Withrow, Deanna Armine, Anita Vargas, Dina Carroll, Roxana Lewis. CD15, Adriana Pena Garza, Richard Carter, Glenn Meeker, Dr. Minerva Diaz, Nathaniel Castillo, Mariana Flores. CD16, Adolfo Tellis, Mark Dunham, Kendall Jessup, Irene Arezendez Jackson, Hans Sassenfield, Michael Abound. CD17, Romano Abraham Pena, Mark Boulder, Mary Heffernan, Chris Walker, Russ Ford, Bob Lane. CD18, Virgil Cruz, Lyric Gillett, Farrelly Carrier, Michael Warner, Rufus Estes, Melody Gillette. CD19, Gus Kahn, Isaac Castor, Betsy Blotchy, Ryan Richards, Charles Hargrove, Jeremy Baker. CD20, Frank Cordy Jr., Lillian Fry, Jerry Branish, Vicky Durst, Vanjie Mathis, Cynthia Dominguez Lopez. CD21, Mark DeRaggio, Chris Miller, Karen Marshall, Chad Zepperneck, Jenny Lynn Lowmore Salinas, and Chris Bird. CD22, Chris McDonald, Julie Pickren, Steve Campbell, Banger Alore, Edgar Paccio, Abolji Abami. CD23 has not reported. CD24, David Halverson, Chris Dillard, Thomas Smith, Lola Hurt, Hannah Glenn, Al Zito. CD25, Daniel Yabide, Robin Wilson, Sharon Edwards, Edward Hauser, Clinton Royce, Sandarin, and David Duncan. CD26, Lisa Polster, Jane Howell, David Hernandez, Tiffany Rhymes, Brandon Burden, John Dillard. CD 27, Phil Stevenson, Dr. Farbuz Garohi, Becky Berger, Vanessa Hicks Calloway, Susie Sullivan, Teresa D'Amico. CD 28, Yvonne Klauser, Tyler Kraus, Vivian Brown, Wendy Engler, Jonathan Riley, Stanford Torvik. CD 29, Marco Roberts, Jamie Blanco, Keith Nilsson, Tammy Nilsson, Gregory Zamora, Bruce Baker. CD 30, Troy Jackson, Stephen Broden, Cassandra McCrae, Dalton Lott, Edward Mark Gonzalez, Cassandra Brown Corbin. CD 31, Bobby Sefferman, Andrew Eller, Jeremy Story, Matthew Davidson, Molly White, Michael Salvo. CD 32, Randall Dunning, Tate Lozen Brown, Mary Catherine Huffines, Brian Bodine, Carrie Gaines, James Harrison Jr. CD 33, Aaron Gonzalez, Lisa Wynn, Jesse Taylor, Victoria Myers, Rob Page, Donald Weeks. CD 34 has not reported. CD 35, Jamie Mathis, Carla Sisk, Steve Jordan, Ross Moncrief, Justin Nichols, Mary Gilson. CD 36, Bianca Gracia, Leo Labove, Lillian Sockwell, Jennifer Harris, Adrienne Sun, Antonio Garza. And that is my report at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So what is the recommendation of the committee with regards to congressional districts 23 and 34?
My understanding is they are still trying to get those names to us and get the paperwork to us.
Our rules do require submission of specific commitments prior to those. Without objection, stand at ease. Okay, we will stand at ease for a couple of moments while we try and reach out to the caucus chairs of those two caucuses to see if we can get a completed report. Bear back. Okay, so Madam Chair, we have been informed that at least one of those caucus chairs does have those names. And so if you could please update the report to add those, that would be great. And we'll just stand at ease till you get those names in.
Okay.
While she's working on those, if there is no objection, I will take a motion to allow the committee to clean up any, allow the secretary to clean up any typographical errors in the list. Spelling and such. Okay, seeing no objection, the motion passes.
They didn't teach me how to spell in college.
Mr. Chairman?
The chairman has stepped away for a moment. Can I help you?
Okay, so per our rules, no modification by the convention body is allowed to this list of alternates or delegates. But I will take at this time. We will at this time vote on whether or not to officially adopt, to ratify this list. So we'll not have. This is not debatable, just a ratification of the list as submitted. We have reached out to the caucus chair for CD 23 to get the information on 23 and our rules to offer provisions for filling any vacancies. So the motion will be up for a vote. Go ahead and go to your meeting pulse page. The poll will open in a moment. We are voting on whether or not to ratify the submission, the list of delegates and alternates, national delegates and alternates, as recommended by the National Nominations Committee. Okay, voting is open. Okay, and voting will close in 3, 2, and 1. And the motion passes. Motion passes by 93%. Ms. Chairwoman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. At the direction of the National Nominations Committee, I nominate the following individuals to serve as at-large delegates and at-large alternates. I will first read the delegates and then I will read the alternates from 1 through. Delegate 1, Governor Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Attorney General Ken Paxton, Sid Miller, RPT Vice Chairman, RPT Secretary Josh Flynn, RPT Sergeant at Arms Nelda Epps, Convention Arrangements Chair Dion Starnes, Jan Duncan, Terry Howlett, Stan Stannert, Kelly Shackelford, Mitzi Money, Michael Slayton, William Martin Eastland, Ralph Veit, David Hogan, Donald Burnett, Amy Powell, Sherry Hurt, Zan Prince, Rena Peden, Judy Nichols, Tim Roth, Summer Wise, Jason Vaughn, Carolyn Kreitler, Sushan Siv, Brian McAuliffe, Mopsy Thornborough, Sean McAnally, Harold Jenkins, Maggie Wright, Carol Adams, Angie Flores Grando, Sarah Canaday, Carol Adams, Angie Flores Grando, I'm sorry, Chris Daniel, Leslie Thomas, Sue Davalos, William Daly, Brandon Barra, Charlotte Folson, Kent Bateman, Liz Case. And the national alternates, starting with 1, will be J.T. Edwards, Heather Stoner, Emily McHattie, Hayden Paget, Rosalie Escobedo, Donna Hilscher, Joe Tedesco, David Rucker, David Tellis, Joshua Story, Meredith Eiler, Susan Fletcher, Reese Searles, Eugene Ralph Jr., Amy Hedke, Michael Wolf, Charles Meyer, Chris Carmona, Sarah Shaw, Anthony Williams, Gina Castaneda, Terry Hall, Saki Joseph, Yuri Donnie Cruz Lopez, Brad Namdar, John Andaruska, Tyler Miller Shane, Maria Lithger, Becky Edler, Rex Teeter, Thomas Mathis, Cynthia Jenkins, Denise McNamara, Natalie Jenko, Gina O'Brien, Michael Delgado, Jeannie Turk, Sylvia Guzman, Jacob Way, Lily Gu, Kelly Hancock, Pat Green, Linda Howell, Tara Beulah. Mr. Chairman, at the direction of the National Nominations Committee and pursuant to Rule 38, Section 7C, I move the report be confirmed.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion from a committee. Those do not require a second. We can now debate the motion. Recognize Dan Pickens to speak on the motion. Hang on a moment. There we go.
Mr. Chair, this is Dan Pickens. I totally approve or positive and approve this list and call the question on the list.
My apologies, sir. In addition, speaking in favor, did you say something else?
I call the question on the list.
That is in order. So you have called the question. Requires a second. I've got a second. Okay, so you've called the question. There is a second. We will now take the vote on whether or not to call the question. So what we're voting on is whether to end debate or not. Voting in favor of calling the question will end debate on this list of national at-large delegates. Voting will be open in just a moment. Okay, voting is open. And voting will close in 3, 2, 1. Voting is closed. And the motion passes. So debate is now closed on this item. Now we are voting to adopt the recommendation, the list as recommended by the committee. So we will have a new poll in just a second to adopt the at-large. Now we will have the voting on whether or not to adopt the recommendation of the National Nominations Committee on at-large delegates and alternates. Voting is now open. And the motion passes 93%. So, Madam Chairwoman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to take just a moment to thank my committee heartily. They took 3 days worth of work. We compressed it into 8.5 hours and we produced these documents. They're not completely clean. We'll clean up some of the misspellings and I apologize for any misstatements of names. But this is my report and the National Nominations Committee thanks you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for completing this most critical task of our entire convention this weekend. Okay, that completes the report of the National Nominations Committee. Ms. Hedke. Ms. Hedge? Okay. Ma'am? You appear to be muted, ma'am.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I was not supposed to have my hand up at this.
Understood. Then we are back on the legislative priorities. Mr. Secretary, if you could pull those up. So again, in order to debate on these legislative priorities, so first of all, if you have a point of order, which is an indication that you believe our rules are currently being violated, then please, in chat, put POO or point of order, and then indicate what your point of order is. If you have a point of inquiry or point of information, which means you would like information from the chair, not that you have information for the chair, but that you would like information from the chair, then please put in POI or point of information or point of inquiry, and then put your question in chat. Pardon? Yes. Okay, Mr. Steinhagen. And folks, please, only if you have a point of order that you specify. Mr. Stratton, I've seen you say POO about 20 times, but I've never seen you specify what it is. If you will specify what your point of order is or what your point of inquiry is, and again, if those of you who are not doing a point of inquiry or point of order, if you'd please leave chat for that. I'm receiving at least 20 messages a minute at the very least, if not one a second. Mr. Steinhagen, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Robert Bunker Bob Steinhagen, SD2. I call the question.
Okay, so you are calling the question. Pardon? That would end the debate on the legislative priorities report. So calling the question, there is a second. Thank you. I don't need any more seconds. That is calling the question, ending debate on the legislative priorities report. So now we will take, it's not debatable. Now we will take the vote on ending debate on the legislative priorities report. Voting is open. And voting will close in 3, 2, 1. Voting is closed. And the motion passes with 92%. So debate is now closed on the legislative priorities report. So now we need to do the choice voting for legislative priorities. So we have the choice voting. We have ended debate on these items, but now we need to do the choice voting on these items so that we can get the top results and have our legislative priorities.
Going to explain so long as they receive more than 60% for our rules, and they are in the top 8, they will be adopted at our legislative priorities.
Okay, so as Chairman Ramsey explained earlier, there are 15 items you'll be able to vote on. You can vote for as many or as few as you would like, but we will go with up to the top 8, provided those all receive at least 60% of the vote of the body. So we will begin the poll. It will show 15 items. You may vote for as many of them as you like. We will automatically adopt as our legislative priorities those items that receive the highest percentage vote of the body, provided they received at least 60% of the vote of the body. The polls will open in a moment. The polls are now open.
It's not running.
That's it.
Yeah. Remember that pass? Oh, you have to submit.
Yeah.
I'm like, the number's not.
Since this has 15 items, I'll give you more time to vote. In fact, we'll give at least a few minutes for people to vote on this. please make sure that you scroll down and submit your choices. The submit button can be hidden by the bottom of the screen. We've got nearly 4,000 people who have voted so far. We'll give it just a few more minutes. To give people time, I'm going to count down from 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting will close now.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, this is Sean Ricker, SD4. I was sent the ability to unmute myself. Do I have the ability to address?
Yeah, no. Sorry, my apologies. You are next up. So your hand was next up. Well, hang on just a sec here while we finish this report. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ramsey.
So this is difficult because of the weighting or because of the methods.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at the ranking and see if there's an easy way to show it. Yeah, if you'll stand at ease for a moment, we'll be able to report the results.
Stand at ease. You're getting ready to talk again. It's supposed to be funny, I guess.
There you have the results shared. So, Mr. Chairman. That is, yep, go ahead. No, you're still muted. You're still muted, Mr. Chairman. There we go. Sorry, you're muted again.
How about now? Is that better?
There you go.
Okay, do we have the results showed?
Yes, we have the results shown.
Awesome. Well, simply to announce the top 8, it would be election integrity with 81%, religious freedom with 77%, children and gender modification 74%, abolition of abortion 73%, constitutional carry was 68%, monument protection was 67%, and school choice for all at 66%. I deeply appreciate this.
Sir, yeah. School choice for all. That's only 7. So the 8th would be
the 8th.
a tie on the next 2.
Sorry, I was looking at the Google numbers. And the 8th would be ban taxpayer-funded lobbying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's going to be behind
60%. There's a tie on that and replacing the property tax.
It's 50%. I can pull from the back.
No. We've got what on a percentage basis appears to be a tie between 2 of the items. Pardon?
The one on the up would be higher.
Yeah, I think by definition, the one listed first had the higher number of votes. But we will confirm that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm wondering, is there a way that staff can identify which of those 2 just to make sure it wasn't an exact tie? I think that's unlikely.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Do you have anything further to report, Mr. Ramsey?
No, Mr. Chairman, other than the rule change, which I believe comes at another time now, and just simply thank the delegates. This is the first time we've let you actually choose the priorities from recommendations. I would encourage all the delegates, starting immediately, to take these top 8 and go to your legislators and ask them to get a bill going to accomplish these 8 legislative priorities, and work with us all the way through the next session, the 87th session of the legislature. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and your committee for your work. And now, Mr. Ricker, you are, oh, sorry. Okay. Mr. Ricker, you have the floor.
All right, Mr. Chair, can you hear me now? All right, yes, sir. This is Sean Ricker, Montgomery County, Senate District 4. I move that the remaining business of this convention be postponed to a later date. I further move that a committee be formed that will advise the chairman on a new location, date, and time, and any other details they deem appropriate. I further move that the committee be chosen through floor nominations and individual names being added to meeting pulse question and answer functionality, so that the convention delegates can upvote those they support to be on the committee. Those 10 who receive the highest number of votes would be on that committee, with the highest vote getter serving as the chairman of the committee. That is all I have. If it's debatable, I'd like to speak to it.
Thank you. Yes, it is, and you will be allowed to speak to it. But if you could, there was quite a bit there. If you could please post that in the chat so we can get that up for the members, that would be good. And we'll stand at ease for a moment while Mr. Ricker gets us the text for that for the secretary. So the body can see the motion there. So that is a motion. It has received seconds. And so now we will take debate in favor and against. I've seen a couple people indicate that they want each. We need 3 each. Okay, stop. I've cut enough here. Let me go back up to find those who are speaking in favor and against.
That's your document. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Smith, Gerald Smith. You are first up.
Mr. Chairman, will I get to speak for it as well?
Oh, yeah, my apologies. Yes, actually, Mr. Smith, you'll be the next in favor. Yes, sir. If you would, as the mover, if you would speak to your motion.
All right, Mr. Chair, again, Sean Ricker, I appreciate the chance to make this motion. To start with, the reason I think we should postpone the rest of this business is, some of the remaining business we have tonight with committee reports. I do not believe it would be appropriate to pass these reports as they've been written. They do not represent the will of the body. Public testimony was very limited, or I guess I should say testimony of the body. For example, today in platform committee, I did get the chance to testify briefly, but it was only about 20 minutes of testimony. And it was admittedly done too late in the day to change anything as a result of it. So the testimony was really all for nothing. And that we pride ourselves on being a bottoms up organization. Yes, we elect people to represent us, but we also expect to hear the changes be argued or agreed upon by the grassroots. And that did not happen in several of these committees. As for forming a committee, of course, leading up to this, we've heard a lot of blame go around as far as SREC, who takes the blame, but this allows the body itself to nominate the members of this committee and choose their own leadership to find out a better place and time. And again, it's not even to suggest how we do that, whether it be virtual, once we've had a chance to vet the technology a little bit better and make sure credentials get done. I say that because watching some of the votes today, I saw it was a little bit questionable when you can see 4,000 votes, but 3,200 people in the voting room. So that does not make me want to do any more business with this technology at this time. And then the Senate district business we have is also very critical that we get that right. Electing our SREC members to represent us for the next 2 years, as well as our state chairman. And I believe we have to make sure we get this right. We've done the statutory business. We've approved our state nominations document, and nothing else is pressing at this time that we can't take the time to make sure we get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I know I had some against here, but there's a lot of other stuff in the chat that we asked please not to put in the chat. So it takes a little bit to get through it. Let's see. For example, in the last less than a minute, I've received 83 new messages in chat. Sorry, I'm still getting back to the proper place in chat. I've just received 97 more messages. So if you would, please do not add any more messages at this time. Okay, let's see. Mr. Pickens, it looks like you are looking, no, well, no, you were addressing a different issue. Sorry. No, actually, you might be. Mr. Pickens, are you looking to speak against, Dan Pickens, are you looking to speak against on this issue?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can.
Okay, this is Dan Pickens, SD 16 and CD 32. I am 100% against ending this convention itself without going to the business of the SD caucuses, the second caucus. I think it's a big mistake. I think we need to go forward to the SD caucuses, get our new SREC committee members appointed, go ahead and clear up what's going on with the state chair and vice chair. So I move right now that we table this motion and go directly to the SD convention.
Thanks, sir. Now, if we will go to Gerald Smith.
Wait.
Oh, wait, sorry.
So he made a motion to table, but it is clear his intention is to kill the motion. So
Yeah.
take it as a motion to postpone indefinitely.
That is correct.
Okay. So, yes.
Which is debatable.
So a motion to postpone indefinitely is debatable. So, sorry. So Mr. Pickens, we are now on a motion to postpone indefinitely. So the motion before the body, hang on just a sec before I get that. Let's see. Kennedy. And Looking for one more against. There we go. Okay. So now I have over 100 new messages. Here we go. So now I'm back at it. So we've got folks speaking in favor of the motion to table indefinitely. There is a second to postpone indefinitely. Sorry, to postpone indefinitely. So we've got for and against. Let me get on that. Let's see, Mr. Pickens is for. And you have spoken for. So now we will go to Mr. Cleghorn, Ken Cleghorn, C-L-E-G.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I had a hard time unmuting it. Ken Cleghorn, SD. Ken Clegg, 26, CD 20. There are a lot of people that did not get hurt. I think there's I'm against tabling it for that reason. We've done the business that we have to do. There's no reason to rush through this. I think there are probably a couple of thousand people out there that just got their credentials today that may agree with me. They may like to step back and have time to think about the business that they can now do. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's Mr. Cleghorn. Next is Darlene Pendery.
Did I speak at all, or did it kick out?
You did speak in favor of it when you made it, but I'll give you another minute to say that again, if you'd like.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
there are too many.
Sorry. Your name and your SC, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Darlene Pendery, SD 12.
Thank you, ma'am.
Too many delegates have been left out of this process because we could not receive our credential codes, our personal access codes. Therefore, I am in favor of postponing this process, please.
Thank you, ma'am. That brings us to Kevin Whitt. No, sorry. I believe yeah, that's Kevin Whitt.
Thank you, Chairman. I am opposed to postponing the convention. I think that most of the delegates have already received their credentials. And so therefore we can go ahead and I motion that we end this discussion and move to our SD caucuses.
Understood. Okay. And Ms. Tyler Knight, you are for, or Ms.
Yes, I agree. I think it's time to put our egos.
Sorry, if you would, A, watch out for the echo, but B, identify yourself with your name and your SD, please. Sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Tyler Knight, Senate District 2. I think it's important that we now put our egos aside to get the important business done. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Landivar. Ms. Landivar. Yes.
Lauren Landivar, SD9. Would it be in order to amend the language here, or does the motion to table, would that make it to where I can't amend the language?
Oh, yeah, this is a motion to postpone indefinitely. So yes, we would hold off on a motion to amend and consider that if the motion to postpone indefinitely fails. Sorry, I
Okay,
misunderstood. I thought you were speaking against the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Then I suppose I am speaking against, but I had not signed up for that. So is that okay, or would you rather go to the next person?
Let me see.
I was speaking.
Yeah, actually, let's go to Mr. Metcalf, Eric Metcalf.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Eric Metcalf, Senate District 24. I am 150% against this. We need to continue. We need to drive on. We're getting close. I understand the frustration. Believe me, as a 25-year military vet, I am just as frustrated as everybody else here. But we have gone on this far. We need to move on to our Senate, to vote for our chairman and our vice chairman. We need to get this done. I am 150% against ending this. We need to keep going. That is all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So now we will vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. And that poll will come up in a moment. It's up. Polling is closing in 3, 2, 1. The motion to postpone indefinitely failed. 26%, 74%. So we are back on this original motion as shown on the screen. We have heard 1 for and 1 against. We will now, sorry, 1 for and 1 against. Yeah, we will now hear from Gerald Smith. Mr. Smith. You could unmute yourself. Mr. Smith. There you go. You're now unmuted. But we can't hear you. Okay. Hearing nothing from Mr. Smith, we will move on to Dallas Kennedy. Dallas Kennedy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, this is Dallas Kennedy, delegate from SD 31. I make a motion that we suspend the general session and that we move immediately into our SD caucuses so that we can vote for our SREC members and our state chair.
So
that's a second trying to attempt to postpone this definitely.
Yeah.
No other action has been taken. It's not in order at this time.
Yes, so that would in essence have the exact same effect as the motion that was just heard that was voted down significantly by the body.
No,
So
it does not. I am
not
moving
in
that we move
order
to our
at
SD
this
caucus.
time. Thank you, sir. No. Okay, so that brings us to Mrs. Landivar.
Lauren Landivar, SD9. I would like to move to amend the current motion by adding where you have, I move the remaining business of this convention with the exception of the state chair race, the state vice chair race, and the SREC races be postponed to a second convention. And if I receive a second, I will speak to my motion.
Well, you have a second. No, folks, thanks. We don't need a bunch. We have a second. So hang on a second. Yeah, the secretary did not hear the motion. If you could please enter that into chat so that we can share that with secretary, that would be very helpful.
Sorry, I'm typing as fast as I can.
Sure, she's amending the first paragraph.
I got you some email coming. I'll refresh this. I've sent you an email.
Yeah. We'll get you. Sorry, I'm still looking for the third sentence that Ms. Landivar sent separately. And unfortunately, in and around it, dozens of other people sent all sorts of other stuff that had nothing to do with what was on the table.
Mr. Chairman, would it be more easy if I read it for you guys?
Sure, you can read it again and we can give the secretary a shot here to do that.
So the cursor is in the correct place. I would like to add there with
There we go.
Oh,
Yep.
there we go. With the exception of the state chair race,
Okay,
comma,
okay,
the state vice chair race,
okay.
comma, and the SREC races.
Awesome. Thank you. So is that properly reflected on the screen, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it is.
Good. Okay, so that is your motion. It's already been seconded. Now I'll need indications of people to speak in favor and against. Just a couple of each, please. I'm still not seeing any. I'm seeing a whole bunch of other stuff. There we go. Okay, stop. I've got plenty for and against the amendment. And this is for and against the amendment. So let's see here. I believe, well, first of all, ma'am, of course, as the mover, you have preference for speaking in favor of your motion.
Yes, thank you. Lauren Landivar, SD9. My fellow delegates, I know that we have had a rough ride here. I know that there are some of us who are feeling disenfranchised right now due to all the credentials issues we've been having. But I know that there are some of us also who came here specifically for that state chair race or that state vice chair race. And we have SREC members who have run campaigns, and I would like to see them also be able to have their races. This I see as a compromise between the two groups. So we have our people who want to be able to look at the platform, want to look at the not ledge priorities, but look at the platform, look at the rules a little bit more. And then we have people who want to be able to at least they came for this state chair race, state vice chair race, SREC races, they came for this, they want to have that as well. So I think that this is the best of both worlds. And this would kind of help both groups. This is something where I think it ought to help us. For the love of all that is holy, for the love of the Alamo, for the love of we are Legion, we are Republicans, let's power through this. But it is 9:41 and we still have all those reports to do. So I'd like to move that we go ahead, let's get our big stuff. Let's get the stuff that a lot of people came for out of the way. And then we can at another time be able to talk about our platform and rules reports. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Charles Keith Thomas.
Yes, Charles Keith Thomas, SD 22. I'd like to speak against this. We have a lot of work to do. We need to get to our SD conventions, vote this amendment down, and then vote this postponement down, and then let someone please move that we recess this and go immediately into our SD conventions to complete the work and then come back here and finish the rest of this. So please vote this down, and then let's call the question on the whole thing and vote this all down and continue with our SD caucuses, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Now to Mr. Talley. Talley.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Austin Talley here in Hayes County. I'm speaking in favor for I'm hearing a lot of grumbling because we've been dealing with this for a couple weeks now, where we're feeling uncomfortable to continue serving our duties. And so I ask everybody to do a deep reflection if that's so uncomfortable. Maybe some self-evaluation is needed, but that resonates from the top down. So I think a lot of us came here for voting on leadership, and I would like to have the opportunity to do so.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds, Gary Reynolds.
Gary Reynolds, Senatorial District 4. I'd like to first of all address, my hand has been up for over an hour to motion to recess and I've been ignored.
Now, sir, right now there are 270 people with their hands up. I referred to that earlier. At no time in the last, since we opened, at no time has the number of people with their hand up been less than 200. So yes, I said earlier, with 200 people in line, you will be waiting for a while.
Okay.
Now,
then
that said, you
motion
indicated you wanted to
is in
speak.
order.
You wanted to speak
recess
in. You
and
wanted
go
to speak
the Senatorial District
against,
conventions
sir,
to carry on the business.
sir. You wanted to speak against this motion.
Yes.
Thank you.
You can't
Please.
you cannot put a Band-Aid on a quadruple amputation. The logic of the motion itself is, oh, we're going to form a committee because we don't trust the committees. Literally, he said the committees have not done a good job. And now he wants to form other committees just to push this off into some kind of abyss. I speak against the amendment because we need to postpone the meeting and go to the SD conventions and conduct the eminent business we have to conduct tonight. I'm against this amendment. I'm against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to Leslie Fitzpatrick.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to the delegation. And I too concur with the delegate that has made this amendment. We are all really, really tired. And but I concur. I think so many of us have been waiting for these races, and we can postpone the rules and platform committees to give people the opportunity to testify. And in the meantime, we can go ahead and resolve this election matter for the candidates and have these races decided this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. And last, we have Russell Stewart. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart.
Can you?
We heard you there for a second.
Okay, I think I'm back on. Russell Stewart, Senate District 3. Speak against this amendment. I don't understand why we do this and why. I don't understand what's left to do if we do this, why we don't just finish the whole thing out.
Thank you, sir. So that ends debate on this item. We will now vote on the amendment. The vote on the amendment to modify the postponement to exclude the state chair, state vice chair, and SREC races. Okay, that poll will be up in a moment.
You want us to be clear about what that means, what happened while I put this out?
Sure. So that amendment would change this motion from postponing all remaining activity to and assigning responsibility for selection and planning and scheduling and all of that future business. The rules report and the platform report. It would mean that we are postponing until some future date our time when we do our rules and platform debates. This amendment makes it so it's only postponing those, not postponing those and the remaining elections we have for tonight.
That's true. Otherwise, it's otherwise kind of difficult to.
Yeah.
make that
So
confusing.
all of these elections, the state chair race, state vice chair race, and the SRC races are scheduled to happen in the next SC caucus that we can't have until after we adjourn this. This would therefore exclude the SD caucus elections from the postponement. So that is the amendment that we are voting on. So again, this vote is to exclude the elections today from the postponement, from the proposed postponement. Okay, the voting will close in 3, 2, 1. The voting is closed.
Motion passes 72%.
Okay, the amendment passes by 72%. So this now means we are now on the motion as amended. So we're on the motion as amended, and now I will continue to take people in order that they have their hand raised. And for a reminder, there are currently 277 people with their hands raised. So Haskell Hart, you are next. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, that must be an old message or something. I had nothing to say.
Okay, great. And I will ask folks, please take a look. If you have your hand raised and you are not intending to make a motion or debate for or against on the topic, please bring your hand down. Okay, that brings me to, and that brings me to Kurt Peterson. Mr. Peterson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. That was a point of information from the start of this caucus, or the start of this meeting. I'm sorry.
Understandable. No, thank you. Okay, and again, those of you, if we still have 260 people with their hand raised. If you would please check and make sure that if you have your hand raised, you're looking to make a motion or debate on this item, this motion as amended. Next up is Ted Sullivan. And if you'd identify yourself and your SD.
This is Ted Sullivan with Senatorial District 17, CD 22. I had sent in a point of information earlier. It wasn't anything to do with this motion.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, we have somebody who is only identified as Sharon. Ma'am?
Mr. Chairman, that was an error.
Thank you. Okay, Patricia Waters. Ms. Waters?
That was an error.
Thank you. Okay, we've got, let me see. So, Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely. Your mute is on, Mr. Blakely. Okay.
Richard Blakely.
There you go, sir. If you could speak up, please.
Richard Blakely. And
your SE, sir?
Yeah, my SE is 25. And I think this is being dragged on way too much, and all of this would be better just getting the work that we're supposed to be doing over with. These procedure votes is a waste of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Laura Cowan. Ma'am? Mrs. Cowan? You're still muted. Okay. Ralph Baker Hughes. You are still muted. Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Chairman, apparently that was a mistake. I have nothing to add. I yield my time.
Everybody that's in there has been about time picking for hours. So you may have to just reset so we can get to the place where people are.
So there is a recommendation that for the good of the body, we go ahead and clear all of the requests that are on. We still have 267 folks who are listed. I'm amenable to that idea unless there is a serious concern for that. Okay, we will refresh. And if you have a fresh motion or wish to speak in favor or against, please indicate that by raising your hand after they are cleared. We still have over 100 hands up. Okay, let's try that. Mr. Mackey, Kevin Mackey. Sure. You are still muted.
You said you could hear me.
Now I can.
Okay. Speaking to this motion, this kangaroo convention, I've had my hand up for most of the night. My chat room does not work the whole night. I put in points of order. I see nothing on my chat room. This has been a kangaroo convention, and I agree with the motion that we should suspend. I didn't get in until 5 o'clock yesterday. This has been a very sad mistake. I yield back to time.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Hindman. Mr. Hindman. Okay, Mr. Kunz. Mr. Kunz. Okay, Mr. LeBlanc. Mr. LeBlanc. Sir, you are muted. Sir.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can.
This is Jeff LeBlanc from SD3. I'd like to call a question.
Okay, so we got a motion to call the question. Is there a second? There is a second. So we have a motion to call this question and a second. We will vote on calling the question on this motion as amended. Okay, well, we have the poll going on the motion to end the debate on the main motion as amended. Okay. Voting will close in 3, 2, 1. And the motion passes by 95% to call the question. So we have the question. Now we have the motion as amended. So the motion as amended is to end all further business of the convention, postpone that for a committee be formed to advise the chairman on a new location, date, and time, and any other details that they deem appropriate, and move committee be chosen through individual names being added to the meeting pulse question and answer functionality so that the convention delegates can upvote those they support to be on the committee. Those 10 who receive the highest number of votes would be on that committee, with the highest vote getter serving as chairman of the committee. So we'll be voting on that. That will postpone everything except the SD caucus, which we'll still need to do after we take your nominations for names and then put them in the meeting pulse and vote on who's on that committee. Okay. So we are going to vote now. So the motion as amended. Okay, voting will close in 3, 2, 1. Voting is closed.
Motion passes 52-48.
The motion passes 52-48. So now, based on that motion passing, we need to choose the committee through individual names being added to the meeting pulse question and answer functionality so that the convention delegates can upvote those they support to be on the committee. Those 10 who receive the highest number of votes would be on that committee, with the highest vote getter serving as chairman of the committee.
So that doesn't, the way the motion is, it doesn't require them to say. The committee is set by the completion of that time period. But John needs to enable that feature for this. I'm not positive. He's ready to do so, but he hasn't done it yet. He wants a meeting. He's only going to the Q&A do it.
Yeah. Yeah, stand at ease if you would by for a moment. We haven't, this is a new wrinkle. We'll work through that. Okay, so we are currently collecting names. So if you have a name of someone you would like to be, sorry, I'm getting a whole lot of comments that have nothing to do with the business at hand. If you have a name of someone, Mr. Luna, you're interesting, but that's not actually the way to get recognized. If you have a name of someone who you would like to be considered for this committee to work on the convention plans, please submit that person's name into chat. We will collect those and then allow you an opportunity to vote on those names. Obviously, we'll have to dedupe that kind of stuff. So,
Correct. It's under question and answer.
oh yeah, okay. So actually not in chat, under the questions, put it in questions. I see several names already. Great. Keep adding names there, just the name.
And if you've seen it, there's no need to do it again.
And if you've already seen the same name, there's no need to do that name again. In fact, it'll slow things down if you have the same name over again. So again, if you have someone to suggest and their name is not already in the Q&A, please add their name into the Q&A, just their name, nothing else.
We just need somebody to reconsider.
Wow.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of good names. Thank you all very much for that. Okay, so folks, we already have hundreds of names that have been suggested and
Many duplicates.
many duplicates. So if I may suggest that you guys stop, we got plenty more names, plenty of names. If while we figure out what the limit is for how many can go into Meeting Pulse and the like, hold on. So my apologies for the delay, but we've gotten over 1,200 names submitted. Many of those are duplicates. Sorry, 2,600 names submitted for this committee for you all to vote on. The challenge is increased by the fact that we are currently seeing a denial of service attack on our systems. A denial of service attack is an intentional attack on technology. Now, fortunately, we're using robust technology that is standing up to that attack, but there is no such service that is impervious to such. And even when well architected, it can have a serious impact. So we are dealing with all of that. I have received word that at least one of the Senate District Caucus chairs is trying to go ahead and start their Senate District Caucus already. That is out of order. We said earlier in this meeting that Senate District Caucuses need to start after this meeting is adjourned. So no Senate District Caucuses should be conducting business until after this meeting is adjourned. Stand at ease again for a moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have received over 5,000 names submitted to Meeting Pulse. Please do not submit any more names. The staff is going to have to dedupe all of those names and provide some for you guys to upvote. At the very least, we're going to have to clear all those out. That's also a big drag on the system. So please stop. In fact, we're going to close that. Do not do that anymore. Now, that said, I will now recognize Mr. Walbeck. Mr. Walbeck, you have a motion or point of order? Sorry, recognizing you for a point of order.
Yes, sir. I have a point of order. We already have standing committees on convention and arrangements. We cannot form another committee when those committees are already in place.
Thank you, sir. Duly noted. Stand at ease for just a sec. So actually, this convention has no committees on arrangements, right? Because we have not passed the rules that would have that yet. However, there was similar concern raised about this committee and whether or not its function was a function that would not be permissible under the rules of the party. As the motion is stated, the motion does not require or does not authorize the committee to do it only, to take action. It authorizes the committee to recommend to the chair, who could then, if the rules required, recommend to the SREC. So for that reason, the motion is in order. Yeah, it was in order when adopted. It has been adopted. Okay, so we're going to need some time to deduplicate that list and to prepare and to make it so that you guys can vote on the top 10. Since we need some time to prepare for that, it would be entirely in order right now to move to adjourn to our SD caucuses. So I see, let's see, Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee?
Yes, sir. I move to adjourn to our SD caucuses so that we can continue the business of this convention.
Thank you, ma'am. You move to adjourn to the SD caucuses. Is there a second? I see plenty of seconds. Hang on. We're done with the business, so there is no vote needed. Therefore, we are adjourned to our SD caucuses. You may now go to your SD caucuses. We can conduct the business of those caucuses. And since those are state business caucuses, we need to do weighted votes in those. And that has all been set up in Meeting Pulse. So we can do the weighted voting in those SD caucuses with Meeting Pulse. Look forward to seeing you there.